Here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton. We have had an unbelievable week of tennis so far, and what a way to finish it today. Lots of finals going on across the three courts in play in the wheelchair event.
First set.
And it's Gustavo Fernandez and Alfie Hewett
Ready?
to entertain us here on centre court.
Love.
And a battle between the world number 2 and the world number 4, both former champions here, or I should say at the British Open. Obviously Alfie winning in Nottingham where it was before, Gustavo the defending champion. What can we expect from these two giants of the game?
I think a lot of hard hitting is going to happen today. I mean, both of them love just ripping their forehand, so I think it's going to be a case of who can win that battle. A lot of it will depend on the serve as well, who can make that high percentage of first serve, get that forehand into play. You can see there already how much of a difference it makes when you do get that first delivery into play.
Fantastic start from the Argentine, the defending champion here in Roehampton. Of course, last year was the first year it was here at the Roehampton Community Sports Centre. These two actually were set to meet in the final last year, but Alfie had to withdraw due to injury, so they didn't actually manage to get on court. So good to see that Alfie is maybe feeling a little better ahead of this final. And yeah, it looks like he's fit as ever to see what he can do to try and gain another British Open title. You mentioned the power, some early power from Gustavo Fernandez.
Yeah, that was just a bit of a loosener from Alfie Hewett, but it went right into the slot, the Fernandez forehand.
Early signs for Hewett in order for himself to get on it quickly, because clearly there can be no messing around with Fernandez. He is on it. I mean, this is incredible returning. 3 return winners to earn himself 3 immediate break points on the serve of Hewett.
Tried to make it 4.
Yeah.
15.
Couldn't quite that time on the backhand. Smarter play though from Hewett, looking to go to that side. It'd be interesting to see if he tries to do the same on this serve.
Yeah, an early break
Game
for
Fernandez.
Fernandez. The perfect start for the Argentine.
Fernandez leads
The
by
defending
2
champ, as we
games to
said. We are expecting the big hitting Argentine to come out that quick out of the blocks.
Well, he always has the ability to do that. I think it's more a case of I wasn't necessarily expecting Alfie to come to quite so slowly, but we did see it in his opening match, didn't we? He took a set or so to get going, but he's had the racket taken out of his hand so far. He won't panic though. Sometimes you just got to ride the wave when your opponent is playing this well.
Let's first service.
Must be a great
No.
feeling when you come into a final and the opening couple of games you start the way Fernandez did, because it's often you might be feeling the nerves, especially on a big stage in a big tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to try and put those nerves to bed early on.
30, 15.
I think the key thing is always, you want to try and maintain that. Someone once told me it's not how you start a match, it's how you finish it. So it's all well and good coming out of the blocks firing, but he's got to be able to maintain that level.
Four, 3, 15. Four, 3, 30.
Great change up on the return from Hewett,
Juice.
opting to go down the line.
Let first service.
I thought that was a return winner. Take 2.
Advantage.
Change it to an ace instead.
Yeah.
Fernandez. Juice.
Seems to have found his range early on the return when he does get a racket on it. Forehand and the backhand both firing.
Advantage. Fernandez.
Haven't had too many exchanges yet, really, from the baseline, so it's tough to gauge what sort of level they're at once they get into that. There's been a lot of serve and return winners.
Game.
Well,
Fernandez.
it's Hewett going big off the return, but no luck
Fernandez
for
leads by
him
3 games to love.
in that one. And so Gustavo Fernandez, the defending champ, off to a flyer here in Roehampton.
Pot. Pot. 15.
One thing that does feel a little bit different about today is the fact that there is still a lot going on around the courts, and often when you get to a finals, it's only you and the and the opponent. Whereas, yeah, it just feels a little bit different today, with obviously the Junior Wimbledon qualifying happening. There's obviously the quad singles final happening, the women's wheelchair final.
Pot.
Does that help the feeling of the players
15
feel a
all.
little bit more relaxed out there potentially?
Yeah, maybe. I think just emphasises the atmosphere, doesn't it? Like you say, sometimes it can get a little bit quiet when you get to the end of the tournament, which is obviously where you want to be, but the atmosphere isn't necessarily quite so good. But there's so much going on in and around the courts.
Pot. Out.
And obviously it's good preparation for next
30,
week as well,
15.
because we know how busy Wimbledon does get.
Lovely put away on the
30 all.
forehand from Fernandez, quickly dispatching that shorter ball from Hewett. And again, opportunities to try and get another break. Yeah, it's being put under a lot of pressure, Hewett. Not too much room to manoeuvre, and has been having to play very well to get past Fernandez. Fernandez has been hitting winner after winner. Great point from the British number one. Much better in getting
Juice.
Fernandez on the move there. You can see Fernandez just trying to track that ball down, but that was much better from Hewett.
Advantage.
Better serve there as well. But it has been tough for Hewett, hasn't it? Just in terms of trying to find his rhythm. He's been trying to go big with the serve, and if he hasn't, he's had winners just come back past him.
Game.
Nah.
Hewett.
Cracking serving to allow Hewett
Fernandez leads
a
by
first
3.
hold of the match. That'll hopefully settle the Brit.
Pot. $15. Love.
Oh,
15 all.
corker down the line. Frustrated about the last return. Certainly put things right on that one.
But we've seen him try and do that a couple of times, hadn't he? He'd missed it wide. Found his range on that one.
30, 15.
Feels like it's been very stop-start, hasn't it? Like you said, there's not been too many prolonged rallies. It's been difficult for both players to find their rhythm, although Fernandez seems to have got it better.
Right, silky skills from the Argentine.
15.
And fantastic awareness as well. You could see that Hewett was a little bit behind the baseline. That drop shot, or shorter slice rather, was there for the taking.
Wow.
Game Fernandez.
That is sensational. That one was the intended
leads
drop
by
shot, and that
4
was
games to 1.
just perfection from Fernandez. The defending champ, 4 games to 1 up in this final. That was Federer-esque, that drop shot. That was beautiful.
It was just feathery touch, wasn't it? And he's just almost playing just like so instinctively. It doesn't look like he's having to think about anything, and sometimes you just come out and you're in the zone and you know exactly what shot to hit at the right moment, and he's just executing everything perfectly out there so far.
I mean, it's great when that comes in a final as well, isn't it? When you're feeling in the zone, that's that's a positive thing for the Argentine. Didn't get the chance to come out here last year and play the final because Hewett was forced to retire injured, so clearly wanted to put things right and get out there and get off to a fast start.
And it's obviously a surface that he loves as well. Both won at Wimbledon. Fernandez back in 2019. Alfie obviously going into next week as defending champion. So they both really like the surface, play some of their best tennis on it.
Yeah, well held on that final shot. Just waited for Fernandez to commit one way, then just guides it into the open space.
Definitely looking to attack that backhand a little bit more with the serve. I think that's a smart play.
You feel like he really wants to try and not go down a set here. Obviously on day one, you mentioned it already, just wasn't quite feeling it. Alfie went down a set to Tom Egbrink, managed to find a way through that match to take it in 3, but Fernandez is that sort of opponent that he's able to just run away with matches. So you feel that Hewett really wants to try and stick in this opening set and do what he can to try and get back level.
Yeah, I mean, ideally that would be the plan. I think sometimes it's hard when your opponent is playing as well as Fernandez is.
Game. Hewett.
Yeah, fabulous serve from Hewett.
Fernandez leads
And
by.
he does get
4.
one game closer to the Argentine.
Well, you look at their head-to-head record as well this year. Hewett does lead that 6-1. He's only lost coming in the semi-finals back in Australia at the Victorian Open at the first tournament of the year. So he's had a pretty good record and a pretty dominant record against him so far. And even their overall head-to-head 32-19 in favour of Hewett.
Low 15. What? All now.
Took a big cut at that one, didn't it? Not sure that was necessarily the right shot. Probably should have looked for the slice. But we know how much he loves that backhand down the line.
Out. 30.
Right shot to go for. The space was definitely there for Hewett to try and angle that one past Fernandez.
Forty, 15. What? Out. 40, 30. Game. Fernandez.
In a very demanding position
Fernandez
right
leads
now.
by 5
Gustavo
games.
Fernandez leading the top seed here. 5 games to 2.
New ball, please. Low 50.
Great depth from Fernandez. Hewett had to volley that off the baseline to be able to try and make that one into the court. Great pressure.
What? Love 30.
Quality.
I'm seeing it like a football today, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a nice feeling when you have those days. They don't come every day.
That
Love
is outrageous from Gustavo Fernandez to set himself up with 3 set points. That is one of the best shots I've seen all week.
I mean, my jaw's on the floor. How on earth has he made that?
Odds. $15.40.
Timely ace for Hewett. Still plenty to do in this game if he's going to recover from 3 break points and set points.
Game at first
And he's
set,
not able
Fernandez.
to save
6
another. It is
games to 2.
Gustavo Fernandez, the defending champ at the British Open, who takes the first by 6 games to 2. I mean, that very much goes against the play of things in terms of their previous meetings head to head. But I mean, Gustavo Fernandez was almost faultless in that opening set.
Yeah, it's virtually the perfect set of tennis from him. I'm not really sure he could have done much better. And sometimes when you're playing that well, you can throw the head-to-head record out, can't you? I don't think he could have asked to play any better before the match. And I mean, you just look at the numbers. First serve points, one just lost 4 behind the first serve, didn't face a break point. He was just on fire. But now the question is he going to be able to sustain that level? Because if he is, it's going to be tough for Hewett to turn this around. But if he's got any dips, then the British number 1 has got to try and find them, or he's got to try and do something a little bit different as well, maybe. You know, throw a few higher balls, but it's been tough because he hasn't really been able to get in too many of the rallies. There haven't been longer rallies for him to change anything up on, really.
Yeah, I mean, one of the longer rallies was that one that we just saw a few points ago, which Fernandez just absolutely dismantled a forehand down the line, which was incredible.
These opening couple of games are going to be crucial, you feel, in the outcome of this match. If Fernandez can keep it going, it gets quite disheartening as opponent, doesn't it? But if Hewett can just get a bit of a foothold.
Second set, Fernandez to serve.
The way this week's gone as well, there's been so many matches that
Love 15.
seemingly have been over, yet they've just completely turned. We've had a lot of late comebacks this week.
Out. 15 all.
Oh, yesterday was obviously the prime example, wasn't it? Sam Schroeder, who's playing his final now against Niels Vink, he was setting 5-love down, and you thought for the world there was no way he was going to turn it around. And then an hour and a half later, he's the winner and into the final.
$15.30.
Excellently well watched by Hewett. That shank from Fernandez, very fortunate to land in.
You saw a little fist pump as well from Hewett. We haven't really seen too much in terms of body language from him today.
30 all.
Hasn't really had too many positive things to to kind of fist pump about. Sometimes you got to just fake it, don't you? Even if you're not feeling it, you just got to try and get something going, get a little bit of adrenaline.
Every time he's been in one of the tighter situations, a 30-all point. Haven't seen too many of them, but every time so far in this match, Fernandez has stepped up. Just feel like Hewett is really relying on that shot at the moment that's keeping him in this match. Classy return.
Advantage.
Maybe that's a return as well that he needs to look at using a little bit more. Just trying to push it short, keep it low, get Fernandez on the move. As you said, he finds another first serve. He's really had the answers for everything. Like you said, when he's been in a tiny bit of trouble, he's either come up with a big serve, big forehand.
Advantage.
The first 2-3 shots in this match have been sensational from both players.
I'd love to know what the longest rally's been so far. It can't be more than sort of 6-7 shots, probably.
Yeah.
Out. Deuce.
It's unfortunate. He did so well, Hewett, because it was a good body serve from Fernandez, but he blocked it back in really well.
Advantage.
Perfect opportunity. Again, a great blocked return. Set up the drive volley. Just, I think, went for a little too much, potentially.
And that's what happens, isn't it, when you're playing someone who you feel is just getting to everything and hitting unreal shots. You feel like you've got to go a little bit harder, a little bit closer to the lines, and just overpressed with that forehand.
Game. Fernandez.
Wow, that is some way to come through a tight opening game. That could prove crucial. We mentioned how important that start for Hewett could be. But the one-way traffic continues for Fernandez.
Love 50.
I mentioned a couple of the other finals happening on the adjacent courts to centre court here. Niels Vink up 6-1 first set in the quad singles final. He's obviously up against Sam Schroeder, who came through that marathon yesterday.
I'm sure he won't be worried until it gets to 5-love and then might start getting a bit concerned. But 6-1, that's nothing compared to yesterday.
Well done, Alfie Hewett.
15, 30.
Because lose that point, you then go love 40 down. Did very well to come away with something in that rally.
Time to play some incredible tennis, so just to stick with the Argentine.
Fifteen.
Not sure that necessarily was the right move. Fernandez had the forehand. You can see what he's trying to do though. Wants to give him a different look at something, make him try and hit a passing shot, but he's had the answers for everything.
That's a nice volley. Perhaps a better time, a more appropriate time to follow the approach into the net. Fernandez unable to get the pass. Still break point.
Hot. Game Fernandez.
Thought it might have just
Fernandez
touched the line on the way through, but it doesn't. And Fernandez gets an early break in the second. Not the start that the Brit would have wanted.
Just a little look over to his camp as well, maybe trying to get some inspiration, trying to get some advice. What can he do?
I think if I'm a
Love
good
15.
lip reader, just the camp of Hewett just urging him to try and inject the slice a little bit more. Take off the pace, not
Out. Buena. Sorry. Replay the point.
That's good sportsmanship, I think, from Fernandez. I think they'll come back and replay this because it was called out. Fernandez telling the umpire that he saw it good. Great pass from Hewett. That was tricky.
Love 30.
It's a good slice approach as well from Fernandez, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got good depth on the ball. Hewett's so good at that one though, just a flick of the wrist, finding the angle.
Such a clever return. I do feel like that slice, that chip return has been the one that's been more effective when he's used it.
Yeah, because he's taking time away, isn't he? Sometimes it's easy to just want to try and hit the ball hard, but you just don't give your opponent any time to recover. You could already see there how early he was trying to take that first service. He's going to do the same on this second.
Game Hewett.
Yeah, you can see the effectiveness there from Hewett.
Fernandez leads by 2.
Is that going to be a tactic he's going to use throughout the rest of this set? Clearly working. He's got a break back in this second, but it's Fernandez still out in front. 2-1. I mean, putting this scoreline in perspective as well, they've played 6 times this year, and you know, Hewett has won the majority of those. So this is really going against the run of play in terms of this year. It's really impressive from Fernandez.
Yeah, it really has been. He's kind of come onto the court and he just looks like he means business. And even when things have been going well, he's just maintained a very calm exterior, hasn't he? You know things can turn around, but he's come out, knows exactly what he wants to do and what he wants to bring to the court. And so far it's been incredibly effective. Obviously we saw in that last game that Hewett was looking to maybe change things a little bit more. You saw that his camper said maybe use the slice a little bit. It's going to be interesting whether he's going to try and incorporate that on the serve a little bit more and back it up with the slice. And that's where he's looked vulnerable.
Let's first service.
Lovely finish up at the net from
15.
the British number one. Starting to come in a little bit more now, I think, as well.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. It feels like that's a definitive tactic that he's starting to use.
Hot. Hot. 15 all. Hot.
Haven't seen that for a little while now, but it's the shot we saw almost point after point in the opening set. Unbelievable return. Much better on the drive volley this time from Hewett.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd made that passing
Yeah.
shot, though. He's almost surprised himself that he missed.
Such a clever shot from the British number one.
40. 30.
Just guided it down the line, you know, didn't do too much at all. Such a safe shot, but so effective too.
Let's first service. Let's first service. Gag. Hewett.
Excellent way
2
to
games
hold
all.
off Fernandez. And we're back level at 2 games all. And I'm not going to claim this one myself, but our stats guru this week has come up with a good one.
Marshall, the man, the legend.
After this point, I'll give you a little insight. So in their first,
15 love.
or I should say, for Alfie's first Grand Slam title, it was against Gustavo Fernandez, and he had to come back from a set and 2 love down, which is the position he saw himself in today. So still lots of hope for Hewett, and now things looking much more positive.
Pot. 15 all.
It's that slice, hasn't it, that's made all the difference.
15
Whether
30.
it be on the return or in the rallies as well. It's just given Fernandez a different look. He loves it when the ball's at shoulder height. It's not so easy to be aggressive when the ball's skidding low.
Pot. Fifteen 40.
Hewett doing so well to get him back in this position. And the slice is
Game,
paying off
Hewett.
now. Clearly a shift in tactics from Hewett.
Hewett lead by.
And he's
3
looking
games
good.
to 2.
In the second, he leads for the first time.
Fifteen love. 15 all.
Yeah, he's not happy with something there. Hewett giving himself a talking to after that one. Such a good backhand. So much work on the ball.
30, 15.
Just bounced and jumped off the court away from the outstretched racket of Fernandez.
Yeah. 30 all.
There it is again. Slowly starting to rack up those return winners.
What? Pot. 30, 40.
He's been unlucky on a few of these serves. They're just missing by such fine margins. So close to being aces, because if they land in there, they're beating Fernandez, but they're just going the wrong side of the line at the moment. Break point Fernandez. It's a quality return.
Game, Fernandez.
Great chip. And it frustrates Hewett.
3 games all.
And this is the most worked up we've seen him all week, isn't it? He's done so well to turn this match around. Wasn't looking great. A set and 2 love down. Worked to get that break advantage. But then Fernandez came out with fantastic return there at the end. Back on serve.
Low 15.
Just got to try and use this frustration in a positive way. Obviously not totally happy with how things are going out there.
15 all.
Yeah, sent him the wrong way. Hewett
15, 30.
waited a long time to hit that beautifully struck backhand. Fernandez has to guess there. The shot from Hewett is just too tough to wait. It's just not enough time. Got to try and anticipate it, but went the wrong way that time.
Out. 30 all.
Oh, that is just
40.
quality from the racket of Fernandez. Not only was the placement so good, but it was the spin afterwards that just veered the ball away from Hewett.
Game.
It's a very good hold from the Argentine.
Fernandez leads by 4.
He's managed to
games
get himself back in front. 4-3 he leads. And also by a set. Hewett was starting to play some much better stuff over those last 2-3 games. So for Fernandez to come out of that period and still have a lead is good going.
Yeah, really important games for the Argentine. As you said, you felt like Hewett was just starting to get a bit of a foothold, a bit more momentum in this match, and the change of tactics, that was really the key, I think, for Hewett. He just wasn't able to do it in the last couple of games. Felt like he'd gone back to rushing it a little bit more, kind of went back to the style of play that Fernandez really likes, the heavy, high topspin shots.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at sort of these two players' route to the final. Fernandez coming through all in straight sets. Took out Ruben Sparga in round 1 and 2. Then Ben Bartram of Great Britain 1 and 3. And then Martin de la Puente 6-2, 6-4 in the semi yesterday. And I don't really know how much he was tested and how much they were able to do what Alfie's trying to do out here and utilise more of the slice. I mean, I know Martin is perhaps fairly similar to Hewett. He was big forehand, physical player.
I mean, so much of it is what Fernandez is bringing to the court, though, as well, isn't it? It's all well and good trying to change tactics, but if your opponent's hitting you off the court, there's not necessarily that much that you can do. Like that, for example. I mean, huge return, massive backhand winner.
I like it from Hewett. Had much more of a play on that ball though.
$30-15. $40-15.
That's a very good game.
Game, Hewett.
After losing the first point,
New balls, please.
4 straight points for Hewett.
4 games on.
Do you feel that throughout this match, both players have been very clinical when they do have the opportunity to dictate and to finish the point? They have done for the most part.
Yeah, definitely. I think also just the surface as well. They both know that they've got to be extra aggressive on the grass courts. They're going to have to shorten the points a little bit more, so I almost feel like they've upped the aggression compared to normal. But yeah, they've been extremely good. There's prime example. As soon as they've had the short ball,
15.
that's
Love.
not coming back.
Yeah, new ball's in play now as well, so that's going to help Fernandez just get a bit more pace on the serve. Cut through the grass a little bit more, maybe into the Hewett return. But
15
it
all.
can go the other way too, and if you get a play on the return, you can use the pace of the incoming ball, just like Hewett did there.
Fifteen, 30.
That's that return down the middle, isn't it?
So difficult to deal with that one, isn't it? Coming into you, it's coming deep.
It's so hard to move the chair out of the way. You're having to move backwards, trying to get round. Went for the backhand that time.
Oh, but that time he dealt with it so well. He learned
30
his
all.
lesson from the previous point. Wasn't quite maybe as good a return, but still very much into the body.
But it was clever as well, wasn't it? Because he gave it a little bit more height, so he gave himself a little bit more time to recover.
Forty, 30.
Oh, what an angle found by Hewett.
Talk about the finest of margins. I didn't think that shot was on.
No.
For him to just get the racket around the outside of the ball and find that angle.
Just feel like he's starting to
Advantage.
get onto
Hewett.
Fernandez here. Sensing an opportunity. The champion that Hewett is, the 10-time Grand Slam singles champion. Break point.
Game.
And he
Hewett.
gets it. Super clutch
Hewett
from the
leads
British
by
number one.
5 games so far.
And we could be heading into a deciding set if Alfie Hewett can hold this next service game.
15, love.
Great start for Hewett. Oh, that's such clever
15
hands.
all.
Actually, I didn't have much backspin on that. It was just a little block, but took all the pace off the ball that Hewett had on it.
And sometimes it's just about placement, isn't it? You can see Hewett so far in that forehand corner, just needed a little push short into the box.
That's 30, 15. That's
Ah, huge roar from Gustavo Fernandez.
Bloody hell.
What a pass. Hewett has to laugh it off because that was too good.
Maybe just went the wrong way, didn't he, with the approach shot. Fernandez was already on the move into that backhand corner. Still had to come up with the passing shot, though. That was huge. Could have been facing 2 set points.
Yeah, he just looks so comfortable on that shot. Every time it looks like he's going to
30.
hit it for a winner. It's one of his best. Brings up a set point.
That's deuce.
There's maybe a little bit of the pressure that Fernandez puts on you on the return. Feeling like he had to go for a little bit more with that second serve.
Let's first service. Advantage, Fernandez.
Yeah, it's a solid return from Hewett, from Fernandez rather. But Hewett just, again, I think going for a little too much there.
Deuce.
Trying to lip read how she was. It looked
Yeah.
like he was talking about making more first serves or something to do with the serve.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was just serve and forehand. Keep it simple, Alfie.
Advantage.
Only needs the one.
Hewett.
clutch
Juice.
game this is from both, neither giving in.
Fernandez finding some of his best tennis on these set points he's facing.
Just about putting 2 points together in a row. Big tennis
Advantage.
from Fernandez.
Fernandez. Thank you.
He's been unable to produce that sort of tennis on the break point though. Can he do it now?
Nope.
No, he can't.
Comes out with another good serve.
Out.
Another good
Advantage.
serve.
Hewett. Game at second set.
Alfie Hewett fights
6 games
hard
to 4.
in the second.
One
Eventually
settle.
comes through a long game to clinch it by 6 games to 4. And we're headed into a final set.
Didn't look like that was going to happen, did it? A set and 2 love down. Hewett just couldn't find anything. Fernandez was on that front foot, and all of a sudden he just dug in, didn't he? A little bit of a change of tactics. Maybe Fernandez slightly dropped off the level, but you have to give so much credit to Hewett for the way he was able to turn that second set around.
Yeah, neither could really string points together at the end of that game. But it seems like that could be an important thing, is just point after point consistency of the level, because they've both had periods of really, really positive, aggressive tennis where it's been paying off, but neither been able to really string those together for any longer than a couple of games, really.
No, especially in that second set. I mean, that first set, Fernandez was on it from start to finish in that open-up, but then, like you said, maybe dipped a level, lost that consistency a little bit more. Hewett found it in patches, didn't he? And I think that last game was just sheer determination that got him over the finish line. So it's going to be interesting to see how this deciding set pans out.
Both players looking to clinch their 3rd career British Open title. It's going to be decided with a 1-set shootout.
Final set. Fernandez to serve.
Underway.
Out. 15
Will
love.
be a one-set shootout to crown the British Open title. Champion, rather.
All.
We've seen a real shift in
15,
tactic
30.
from Hewett, haven't we? Early on in that second set, he was down and out almost, a set and 2 love. But this shift has really seen Hewett start to get a lot more points on the return games, especially.
Let for serves. all.
And it really was a clear shift in tactics, wasn't it? In terms of the second set, behind the Fernandez serve, what he was trying to do.
What? What?
And it really has
40.
just made Fernandez think a little bit more on the serve, make him second guess himself a little bit. He's really started to falter a little bit more. A lot more second serves having to be hit for Fernandez. That one was a good first set.
And that was maybe the one that you could have looked to use the slice on. When both players were off the court, we got a chance to have a quick chat with Craig Allen, Alfie's coach.
Advantage, Fernandez.
Oh, Hewett couldn't quite believe that that ball got called good, but just looks to Craig and actually he's confirms it was good.
What? Out. Juice.
Yeah, it was interesting. Craig just confirming that the shift in tactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was happy. Did exactly what the coach asked for.
Advantage.
And for the most part, it's a great effect there. I think it was a case of trying to give Fernandez less free points behind the serve, just give him a different look at something, try and get him out of the rhythm.
Out. Juice.
Ball didn't quite bounce as high as he was expecting. He was lining up for the smash. Ended up having to try to manoeuvre around the ball, push the slice long.
Pot. Advantage, Hewett.
Needs to be careful on serve here, Fernandez. A few errors coming from the delivery. Another break point for the Brit.
Deuce.
Quickly dispatched by the Argentine. That's what I mentioned at the end of the second, is just the consistency of stringing these points together. Neither able to do so just yet.
Pot. Advantage.
That's a prime
Hewett.
example. Ace followed by double fault. There's a definite discussion, isn't there, between Alfie and Craig as to what he wants to do behind the return.
Pot.
Wonderful shot, wonderful vision to see the
Yes.
space inside the forecourt. So well held.
Advantage, Hewett.
Extra pace behind that backhand.
Deuce.
And again, he's saving his best tennis, isn't he, Fernandez, for those break points.
So heavy. He didn't
Advantage,
really
Fernandez.
drop an inch, Fernandez, after the serve. Held his ground. Can he get over the line in this opening game? He can indeed.
Game, Fernandez.
Very good 1-2 punch to finish
Third
off the game.
Final set.
Remember, both players looking for their third British Open title here. I felt like that was more of a key game for Fernandez there.
Yeah, definitely. I think he wanted to just try and get the momentum back. Definitely having lost that second set, Hewett had it. He felt like if he'd have been able to get that early break, he'd have been able to just go from strength to strength. Fernandez, though, wrestling the initiative back.
15 love. Thirty love. Hot. Let seconds. Thirty, 15. Out. 40, 15. Game Hewett.
A subtle roar from
One game
Hewett
over.
as he draws back level. This final continues to go neck and neck.
Love 15.
Can bring you some news from the next court where Yui Kumiji has won her second successive British Open title, taking out Anique van Koot, love and 4, the final scoreline.
All.
Yui Kumiji absolutely dominating things this year so far. As we get to the halfway stage of the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour calendar.
So frustrated that he's missed that. He read it, he was on the move. Fairly routine slice backhand for Hewett, pushed it wide.
Just the movement around that
30
ball
over.
to be able to hit the forehand on the return. So quick around it.
Hot. 40, 30.
That's a brave second serve. Knew the danger if he just spun it in, give it a little bit extra.
Out. Game Fernandez.
Gustavo Fernandez
By
holds
2
on.
games to 1.
Regains the lead in this final set to decide the British Open champion.
Out. 15. Love. $30. 15 all.
I'm pretty sure I saw the chalk blow up there. I don't know if it's been
I think
Yeah,
it
it's
was in
been
as well, yeah.
called good. Yeah. Yeah,
Great
it's,
passing shot.
oof.
15, 30.
Some power being enforced by Fernandez in this game.
Let first service.
It's frustrating for Hewett. Just clips the top of the net as it goes through for the ace. So he'll come back and have to hit another firstie.
But
Yeah, it's not going to be good enough. That attempt to a drop shot to
30
beat
all.
the backhand of Hewett. He's too good for that.
It wasn't necessarily that it was a bad shot, it was just that he telegraphed that way too early.
$30, 40.
Yeah, on the other side, it's then Fernandez to read the serve of Hewett. very,
Game
very
Fernandez.
aggressive return from Fernandez, which
Fernandez
beats
leads
Hewett.
by 3 games to 1.
And it is the Argentine to get the first break of the deciding set.
And that was the aggression we saw, isn't it, from the Argentine in the first set.
Yeah, I feel like it's just gone away from him a little bit, and just then, the last 2-3 points, I've felt like, okay, there's the aggression again. That's what he needs.
He was given the opportunity as well. A few second serves to look at. The ball's a little bit higher.
Whew.
15.
That's a slice.
Yeah. Knifed right through the court. And it wasn't a bad return either. He kept it low. Great racket head work there from Fernandez.
Pot.
It'll be so interesting to see if Fernandez can hold on to this lead. I just think Hewett's going to continue to plug away. He's going to get chances to get back into this set for sure.
Reverting back to that slice that worked so well in that second set.
30.
That was definitely something that Craig Allen, his coach, spoke about. It's been so effective when he has used it. Two sliced returns in a row.
15,
2
40.
points won.
Thirty, 40.
Yeah, clinches the line.
Game Hewett.
Yeah, again, aggressive return does the damage. And it's just both players just trying to edge each other out with this aggression. Definitely a pattern developing in this set. Hewett breaks back.
Out 15. Love. 15 all.
Didn't catch that all too cleanly. Still goes for a winner.
Out. 15
Yeah,
30.
Shot previously very close to being hit long, but the next again from Alfie goes deep. Fernandez again looking dangerous on the return.
Pot.
Didn't have enough pace on it. That second serve was there, just waiting right in the slot of the Fernandez forehand. One of the best points we've seen Hewett play for a little while.
30 40.
Still facing another break point though.
Big roar from Fernandez.
Game Fernandez.
Gets himself back in an
Fernandez leads
advantage
by
of 2
4
games.
games.
4-2 he leads. And again, he's just edging in front that little bit further.
An ironic nod of the head from Hewett.
Yeah, sense a sarcastic nod.
Yeah, definitely not a positive one. He turned it around in the second set. Time is running out though in this decider.
Out. 15 love. $15.
Must admit, I am surprised that Fernandez is the one to go up in this set. I really did think Hewett would continue on from that impressive second set performance.
30.
But but Fernandez has really rekindled the way he was playing in the first.
Went for that short slice again.
$30.
Didn't quite make it. Two in the
30,
top of the
40.
tape.
Inches away from being such a good shot, but the fact that it went in the net means that actually possibly not the right approach to hit, and it's breakpoint Hewett.
What? What? Game Hewett. New balls, please.
So another break
Fernandez leads by
and
4
another
against
opportunity for Hewett to get back into this set. Fernandez still out in front, 4-3. Hewett noticeably taking a little more time in that changeover. And new balls 2. How has he got away and won that point?
I
15.
have no idea. He had all the space down the line.
Just got a little bit too far behind Fernandez.
Maybe should have used the slice, just pushed it down the line. Didn't need to be a top spin.
Out. 30. Love. Love.
Exactly what Hewett would have wanted.
Yeah, a few
Quick.
cheap points finally.
Yeah, and a quick service game. Put the pressure straight back on Fernandez.
Whoa.
Game Hewett.
Not sure if it was going to land out anyway, but Hewett decides to hit it and gets
4
rewarded.
games all.
Yeah, so tough to tell which way this one's going to go.
And we've had periods in the match where the games have just flown by quickly, haven't we? Both players just 2 games from the finish line.
Hot. $50.
Yeah, I mean, we're locked in at 4-all in the third set, and it's not actually been like the longest of matches because it's been fairly quick points, fairly quick service games for the most part.
You find that a lot on the grass as well, don't you? Even if it is a long match in terms of the score. time-wise, it's not necessarily the case. As you said, the points are a lot
15 all.
shorter. Don't have these prolonged rallies.
Out.
Extra urgency, extra
15.
oomph
30.
in the Hewett grunt at the moment.
And in terms of the body language as well, there's a real focused look on his face.
Senses his opportunity here. 15:30. Such good ball striking.
30 all.
And it wasn't actually a bad point from Hewett either. He just dropped the length a tiny bit. Fernandez made no mistake.
Hot.
Yeah, it's a good return. Good enough to force the error from Fernandez.
30, 40.
Starting to hit over that return a little more now.
Game. Hewett.
Hewett on fire now, in a rush to get this final set done and dusted.
Hewett leads by 5.
He'll
Game
come
4.
back out of the changeover and serve for a third British Open title.
Love 15.
Hewett just throwing in a slower ball, but Fernandez ready and waiting.
And one thing you know from Fernandez,
Love,
whatever happens in this
30.
game, he's not going to hold back. He's just going to hit through everything.
15.
Timely
30.
first serve from Hewett. Needs a few more of those to get over the line here.
This time Fernandez using the slice return to good effect. Just taking all the pace off the ball. Hewett having to try and generate it. Coming up with the error.
Out. 30. 40.
Again, the much. He can go back to basics, Hewett. I think that's really going to help him out. First serves, finding the forehand as much as he can. Still a break point to face off. Oh, clutch backhand down the line from Hewett.
Use.
His favourite shot.
Advantage. Hewett.
He's gone big off it. Isn't rewarded with the risk. It's a championship point for Alfie Hewett.
Game, set a match. Hewett by 2 sets to 1.
Alfie Hewett
2-6, 6-4,
is the
6-4.
British Open champion for a third time. What a way to finish it. An unbelievable get in the back corner and a huge celebration from the British number one. What a huge feat. And it's the perfect preparation for Wimbledon next week, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And what a performance. What a way to be able to turn this match around. It really wasn't looking that was going to be the case. Just setting 2-love down. Fernandez was on fire. And then Hewett just dug in that resilience. He didn't necessarily have his best tennis all week, did he? But he found a way, and that is what great champions do. And you could see how much it meant to him just at the end there.
Yeah, it really makes you realise when you see a celebration like that, you know, they're so locked in the match, you don't really know how they're feeling, but when the match is done, it's all over, then they can release the the emotion. It's incredible.
And we saw it bubbling under the surface, didn't we? You know, there were a few come-ons, there were a few chats with his camp, and he was getting frustrated, but ultimately he was able to channel those emotions and just find a way to get over the finish line in the end. And you know, tough match there for Fernandez. He'll feel like he probably should be the one who has his hands on the trophy, but he just wasn't able to get across the finish line today.
And how nice for Hewett to have had the struggle of the injury last year. Obviously the first time the British Open was here in Roehampton 12 months ago, these two made the final, but they couldn't play it because of an injured Hewett. And now I think it was fitting that they both returned to this stage. They both got through to the final, and they've played an absolute epic here.
Yeah, you're right. It was an epic match, wasn't it, as well? And, you know, I know how disappointed he was last year when he wasn't able to take to the court. So this is going to be even sweeter, the fact that he's now able to get his hands on the trophy for a third time.
And Wimbledon next week. I mean, we've talked about confidence and how important it is coming from the clay onto the grass, and now he's got the perfect way to set up, hopefully, another title-winning run at the All England club.
And he'll have had to put some disappointment behind him, obviously, from the French Open, losing in that final. So this is a perfect way to have put that behind him, and he goes into next week full of confidence. And hopefully he's going to get his hands on some more silverware later. Still got another final to come, both of them do.
They do indeed. Alfie Hewett partnering up with his good mate Gordon Reid. So hopefully they can get a bit of a rest after that, because it was a physical match. There was some longer rallies towards the end of the match, but it was physical. And these guys, I mean, we can see Fernandez. We've talked about his physicality this morning and just how built he is, but to get himself around the court, you know, he's shifting a lot of weight. And so, you know, when you're playing 3-set matches like that in the heat, it takes a lot of energy out of you. And Hewett, of course, has had a fairly big week himself. Well, we know that Yui Kamiji was crowned British Open champion over on court 2. Still unknown who came through that battle between Niels Vink and Sam Schroeder in the quad singles final. They were in a deciding set just like this one, so we'll make sure to bring you the result of that one as soon as it comes in. But for now, it's the trophy presentation for the men's wheelchair singles. As we see it, Alfie Hewett lift another title at the British Open. Stay with us following the presentation, because after some rest, Alfie Hewett will be back out here with Gordon Reid to take on Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargarin in the men's wheelchair doubles final.
Let's just hear it again for both of your finalists today. I would now like to welcome on to court to present the trophies Kirsty Thompson, Tournament Director, and Holly Milligan, LTA Tournament Manager. Before we get underway with the presentations, I'd just like to say a few thank yous to everyone who has made this tournament possible, including all the AELTC grounds crew and court services team, our tournament referee, Tom Kinlock, assistant referee, Chris Mann, the control desk team, and all the chair umpires. Dr. Harry and also Laura, Emma, and Jack, our tournament physios, and Roxana, our massage therapist. Also to James, who has done an excellent job again this week, fixing any issues with the players' sport chairs, all the managers and security team who have helped out with the traffic and management team, our stringers, ticketing team, and all the people managing accreditation. thank you to our tournament director, Kirsty Thompson, and her team, Holly Milligan and Louise Hunt, for all their hard work in planning the tournament and then delivering the tournament this week. Thanks to Alice and all of our volunteers for all of their hard work. A big thank you to our tournament sponsor, Lexus, for their support. And lastly, thanks to all of you for supporting the players this week. And now onto the trophy presentation. Please show your support for your runner-up of today's match, Gustavo Fernandez. First of all, well played today. It was a really, really close match, and obviously not the result you wanted, but has it still been a successful week for you?
Yeah, very much. I think I played great tennis during the week, and I'm very happy. I'm a bit frustrated now because of the end of the match. I think I played a good match, and I was dominated for a while. So, yeah, it's a great preparation for next week. Congrats to Alfie for beating me again. But looking forward to next week, and hopefully this good tennis pays out next week.
And how will you be preparing for Wimbledon now?
Well, I think with the two tournaments that LTA provided for us, so it was a great preparation for us to play. It's been 2 weeks in a row playing in grass court. For us, that's not normal, so I'm really thankful for that. And yeah, I'm really looking forward, excited, and feeling confident for next week.
Let's hear it again for your runner-up, Gustavo Fernandez. And now, your 2025 Lexus British Open winner, Alfie Hewett. First of all, Alfie, huge congratulations on your win today. That's your third title at the British Open. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, no, obviously delighted. Playing on home turf is a really special feeling, and obviously you want to do as well as you can, especially in the lead up to an event like Wimbledon. So yeah, really happy right now. It's been a great week. I've been building, I feel like, as the week's gone on, which is sort of what you want to do. The first set and a half, I think Gusti said it, he was in control, and I found it very difficult out there. So, to be able to find a way and get myself back into the match, and then obviously it was really close up until sort of the last point, really. So, extremely happy, and obviously big congrats to Gusti for the week. I know you're playing some great stuff right now, and we keep having some pretty epic battles, and I'm sure that will continue. And I've got a lot of thank yous, but maybe that's the next question.
Go ahead. Who would you like to thank?
Well, that was almost planned. I think a big thank you obviously goes to Kirsty and her team. This is an unbelievable event to prepare for a Grand Slam, and I know the effort and hard work that's sort of gone into putting this sort of tournament on. And not only this tournament, obviously Eastbourne last week and Queens and Nottingham the week before. So as players, we want to have ideal and perfect preparation going into a slam and get plenty of opportunities to practice on the grass and compete on the grass. And I think the LTA have done such a great job of promoting it and giving us an opportunity to perform on pretty big arenas, around the country. And this absolutely adds to it. So it's been a real joy this week to be here and playing. Thankfully, I didn't pull out this time, because last year I pulled out before the finals. So I think Kirsty was very thankful I didn't do that this time. And I will be playing the doubles later, so don't worry. But I also want to just thank my Lululemon fan club over here. It's the first time they've come and watched me live, so I'm glad I could get the win for you guys. And obviously everyone that's supported me throughout the grass season and the year so far. It's been an incredible year. Greg's obviously in the corner and my team back at home as well. A lot of thank yous really, but now I'm buzzing for doubles later and then obviously Wimbledon next week.
Just one last question. Obviously, you're heading into next week as a defending champion. How much does winning here give you the confidence to go on and hopefully get the win there as well?
Yeah, I think I'm someone that likes to be in the present moment, and I think this week is great. I've been working on my grass court game. It's a short season anyway, so you wanna build nicely into it and look after the physical side of things. And I feel like I've done that this week, which only gives me a stronger chance, but it doesn't give you anything. There's no guarantees, obviously. So I know when next week comes about, I'll have to try and perform at the same sort of intensity and level I did in the second and third set today. There's a lot of strong players out there. So this, like I said, this week gives you a perfect opportunity to test yourself on it. So of course I take a lot of confidence from it. But next week's an even bigger one to try and manage.
Huge congratulations and well played to your 2025 British Open winner, Alfie Hewett.
Congratulations to Alfie Hewett, a third British Open title. An immense display, an immense comeback against a very impressive Gustavo Fernandez. But do stay with us because there is still action to come. Alfie Hewett will be back on court with Gordon Reid. They're the top seeds this week. They'll face the second seeds, Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargarin, in the men's wheelchair doubles final. That'll be after Alfie has had time to get some food in and get some rest, but do check back and tune in to live coverage here from Roehampton.
We have one final award to present this afternoon before the doubles match. So over the last week, almost 30 volunteers have played an amazing part in helping to make sure this tournament has run smoothly. From helping in accreditation to ticketing to running the information point and welcoming in our activation group. But in particular, one volunteer has shown strong commitment to her role and has been praised immensely for not only picking up the role so quickly, but also bringing her happy and bubbly energy to the racket stringing tent. So this year's volunteer award goes to India Sparrow.
2. One, 2.
And the second final today on court 1 is the men's doubles with Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargaren versus Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reed. To perform the coin toss, we have Sophia Banger on the court. Sophia is a youth ambassador for the Knights Foundation, which is a charity supporting young people with disabilities. As well as a law student, she's a brilliant broadcaster and hosts the Taking the Disc podcast. The podcast shines a light on living life to the max despite disability and features fantastic guests. Sophia is a big tennis fan and travelled to Paris to watch Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reed at the Paralympics this last summer. To the left of the umpire is Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargaren. They first played together in 2019 and won their first tournament they played in Switzerland. They then started playing together again at the start of this year, and this is their 11th tournament of 2025. They've won 4 titles so far this season, including the Barcelona Open. De la Puente is from Spain and is ranked 5th and is one of the defending champions here last year. Spargaren is from the Netherlands and is ranked 6th in the world doubles rankings. Let's hear it for Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargaren. And on the right-hand side is Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reed. They are currently world number 1s and are the Wimbledon defending champions heading into next week. They first played together in 2012 and have a total of 57 doubles titles together. They hold the record for the most Grand Slam doubles titles won by one partnership with 23. This includes both the Australian and French Open titles from this year. In 2024, they are Paralympic gold medalists. Both Reed and Hewett are supported by the LTA's Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway Elite Programme. Let's hear it for Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reed.
2 minutes. One minute. Thirty seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this final round match will be played the best of 2 tiebreak sets using advantage scoring and a 10-point match tiebreak at 1 settle. Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargaren to the left of the chair won a toss and elected to serve. End of warm-up.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to live action of the Lexus British Open from Roehampton. We've reached the final match of the tournament, and it's the wheelchair men's doubles final between Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reed.
First set.
They're taking on Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargaren.
Ruben Spargaren to serve. Ready. Play.
Spargaren and De La Puente won the toss and decided to start things off on serve. I was just about to say, Anna, it could be a tough day for De La Puente and Spargaren, given the fact that Hewett and Reed are the 23-time Grand Slam doubles champions.
And that volley just proves your point as well. Not a bad way to start.
Nets. First serve.
Obviously off the back of a singles final for Hewett, a very impressive final where he came back from a set down. How do you think he'll be feeling after having had probably a couple of hours off, an hour and a half maybe?
Probably full of confidence And when you win, it doesn't matter
Love
how long the
14.
match has been. You want to come out and do it again. And it's been a blistering start from them, taking the opening 3 points, looking for the early break.
Fifteen,
He
14.
comes back out with the backing of Reed, his long-time friend and doubles partner, and also his fan club for the day. His Lululemon friends have come to support him. So good to see them. You can see them in picture behind Hewett just up there. They've been the ones making the noise today.
Pot. Game, Hewett Reed.
So an early break for
First
the
game.
top seeds, Hewett and Reed, able to break the service, Barger straight away. When Matt Grover was on commentary yesterday, who is part of the LTA wheelchair pathway performance setup, and has a fair bit to do with Gordon and Alfie, and he was saying that they're really trying to iron out a few things, but also test out a few things ahead of Wimbledon. Do you think that's often what partnerships will do ahead of a Grand Slam, and just using this court time to practice a few things and see what
Gordon
might
Reed to
work?
serve.
Yeah, most definitely. You can already see there they're doing a few hand signals. Alfie's going to look to come forward and charge the net. And the thing that's made them such a successful pairing over the years is they're always looking at ways
Love
to develop their
15.
game and ways to get better. You know, they're not happy with the 23 Grand Slams that they've won and the gold medals and everything like that. They want to keep getting better and keep being even more dominant. And this is definitely something they're adding to their game.
15
He's
all.
such a smart play as well. When you've got one of the players looking to come forward, you're asking the returner a question. They haven't just got that middle of the court to aim for. You can see there De La Puente just pushing it wide, feeling the pressure of Alfie Hewett coming forward.
Thirty, 15.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I actually didn't know really much. Getting a bit more insight on the eye formation in wheelchair tennis, and a lot of this really helps with the disguise of the serve as well. It's so tough for Martin at the moment, understanding where Reed is going to serve, because he can't get a read on it because a lot is being blocked by Hewett. He got a good hit on it there though, so clearly the eye formation
30 all.
not quite having the disguise that it's being used for, or trying to be used for. Yeah, it was an interesting factor that I didn't really know is a part of why they use it so much. Phew. Excellent return.
30,
Perfect doubles
40.
return down to the feet of Hewett. Such a tough volley, that one.
The only danger is when you're doing the eye formation is if you move a fraction too early, then the returner just gets a fairly easy read on where the net player is going to move. And that was just a fantastic return though.
out.
Wasn't far off.
No, they didn't miss by
Views.
much. I thought it'd just clipped the line.
Would have been a scandal of a drop volley.
But you can also see here a little bit when Alfie's moving, he's going straight forward in a line, and then it's just that last split second he veers either to the right or the left.
Oh, that is just perfection. You could really see where he was just waiting as long as he could to then make the move, just as you were saying. So that was almost, yeah, very well done between you two. It's a great hold from the Brits, saving a break point on way to
You'd
getting
really
their
by 2 games to
first
love first set.
service game on the board. So follow up the break well to love the Brits
Martin de
lead
la Puente
in
do
this
serve.
opening set of the men's doubles final here.
Love 15. Love 30. Love 40. Out. Game Hewett Reed. Hewett Reed lead by 3 games to love first set. Time. Alfie Hewett to serve. Out. 15 love. Third love. Fourth love. Forty, 15. Out. 40, 30. Pots, long. Yeah. Deuce. Pot. Advantage, Hewett. Game. Hewett Reed. Hewett Reed lead by 4 games to love, first set. Out. 15 love. All. Fifteen, 30. Fifteen, 40. Game, Hewett Reed. Hewett
do
Reed
get
lead by 5 games to love.
another
first
break on the
set.
board. And yet to put a foot wrong. Hewett and Reed. 5 love to the good.
Time.
Sudden. Reed and Hewett serving for the opening set.
Out. 15 love. 30 love.
Still making very good use of the I formation. Saw it a lot yesterday as well. Huge forehand from Reed. Didn't hold back on that one. Little too loose on that one.
40, 15.
But yeah, it's something that it would be great to see him do. You know, if when he comes up against Hewett again, for example, who he lost to this week, just really loosen up the arms and play as free as he can. Because we know he can do it. He does it in the doubles a lot. What a great
Game in
lob
first set,
to
Hewett
finish
Reed
off the opening
by
set
6 games to love.
from Reed. Faultless start for the Brits, and they're just one set away from another British Open title. I mean, there were so many standout shots in that opening set, but what stood out for you, Anna? Too many. As for De La Puente and Spargren, I just saw in the stats there, just 29% first serve percentage. That's got to go up, but why has that got to go up? What will it allow them to do more of in the second?
Time. Second set. Martin De La Puente to serve. Out. 15 love. Thirty love. Fault. 40. 15 love. 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 15 love Fault. 30-15. All.
Just so impressed with the Hewett and Reed forehands right now.
30-40.
I mean, just in that point there specifically, Reed just absolutely unleashing on the forehand inside out. Hewett had a slightly easier one up at the net, but finished it off nicely.
Out. Game, Hewett, Reed.
So De La
New
Puente
balls,
forehand
please.
that just falls long.
First
And
game,
still
second set.
no game on the board for De La Puente and Spargaren. I mean, one thing I love about especially De La Puente, I haven't seen as much Spargaren in my time, but I'm sure he's the same. If they're partnered up, they must have similar values. But De La Puente, I love his fighting spirit. You know, he's such a hard worker. I absolutely love watching him play, and no doubt he's going to give everything he's got to get back into this final.
Yeah, massively. Like you said, watching him, you can just see his energy. You can sense it courtside, and he's not giving this up without a fight. Spargaren may be slightly more understated.
Out. 15 love.
He's got such good positivity.
Oh, there we go. First big backhand blow
15
from
all.
De La Puente that we've seen today. That's good to see.
Out.
It's interesting story with the De La
30,
Puente
15.
Spargaren partnership. Last played together before this year in 2019. Spent almost 6 years away from each other on the doubles court, and then rejoined back up for the 2025 season. This is their 11th tournament together so far this calendar year. Just unleashing are the Brits right now.
40.
And they're so
15.
clever as well, the way that they play. It's not just the power, but they find spaces on the court. They use the angles, find the width. I've seen that time and time again today.
Forty, 30. game. Hewett
I
read.
respect the effort on the return. Really didn't hold back, but
Hewett
everything
really
he
by
had
2
into
games
it
to love,
has just
second
not
set.
quite found his range yet. De La Puente.
And it's hard as well when you're playing a team who are literally not giving you any free points. You feel like you've got to try and push it to the limits. You've got to take chances.
Hello.
15 love. Wait, please. Third love. Fourth.
No, I was like, Fez, where are you? And he was like, by the office. Do you need any hand?
Space opened up. He's
30,
frustrated with that
15.
miss because, yeah, it really was there for the taking, that passing shot.
And those are the little chances.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, 40 love, 30-15, a completely different complexion on the score.
Third all.
I feel this is a must hold for Spargren.
Gordon Reed almost flying out of his chair.
30.
Manages to save himself.
That's a skill in itself to just stop himself there.
Just whacked on the brakes.
Deuce.
Just look at how early Hewett is taking those ground strokes.
Advantage. Read.
They keep on creating chances for themselves. It's another break point.
Game.
Yeah, the Brits are
Hewett,
everywhere.
Read.
De La Puente and Spargren just cannot get
Hewett
through
Reed
them.
lead by 3 games to love. Second set
And it's
and
the
by
top
1 set to
seeds
love.
that go into a set and 3 love lead.
What other chair?
Time.
It's not
Love.
just the return that the Brits have been doing so well on today, it's also the serve. I mean, only facing one break point so far today.
Touch.
That's unfortunate.
And I try to get out of the way.
15 all.
Maybe that's just what it's going to have to take. They're
Yeah.
going to just have to aim for the British pair instead.
At least De La Puente is up them on tags today, if nothing else.
And it can be quite dangerous as well when you're doing I formation, can't it? You've got to
Yeah.
put a lot of trust in your partner. You can see here when Alfie's moving forward to the net, there's a strategic dip, isn't there, just so he doesn't get hit in the head.
Out. Forty, 15. Game.
Still not
Hewett,
broken.
Reed.
Still
Hewett Reed lead by 4 games to love.
yet to lose a
Second
game
set.
today. 6 love, 4 love. Incredible. Last ditch attempts now for De La Puente and Spargeren to figure out some sort of tactic that can trouble the Brits.
Fault. Long. La 15.
Try to go big on the second serve.
Mm.
And you can understand why. Nothing that they've managed to do so far really has had effect on the British pair. It's the last throw of the dice, really.
Fault. Love 30. Net for serve.
Oh, it's just not got any more words to describe the excellent shots
La
that
40.
Hewett and Reed just continue to come up with. De La Puente just under so much pressure as soon as he's hit the serve. got that one back.
15-40. Out.
That's one of the few that they've missed.
30-40.
There haven't been many though. But it's just a pleasure to watch them when they play like this.
Great exchange. All four players really
Deuce.
striking the ball cleanly. And what just excites me about the level that Reed and Hewett are bringing today is just for next week. You know, centre court, court one, whatever it may be, there is going to be a lot of people enjoying wheelchair tennis next week.
Hot.
And if they're playing this well, it's going to be such an atmosphere.
You do wonder who's going to stop them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Advantage.
these guys that they're playing, they're some of the best in the world, and they're not really able to get or to lay a finger on them today. The level that you have to play out point after point is just incredible in order to beat these guys. And also imagine next week, like you said, with the crowd behind them of, you know, a court number one, which was almost fully packed, the noise that they're going to make. They're going to take their games to even higher levels.
Advantage. De la Puente.
Not just the inside out forehand that he hits well.
Deuce.
And when you thought they might be being nice and give their opponents a game, absolutely not. If they can get this done 6-love, they absolutely will.
Oh, great hands from Sparger. Hewett and Reed not happy about something.
I think the towel blew onto the court, didn't it? Or fell down, so they were looking to have the point replayed. And in fairness, it is tough for the umpire to see it was sort of down to her left. She's obviously concentrating on the ball. I have a feeling they're not going to win this one, though. It's not often you get an umpire to change your mind.
No.
this also shows how
Advantage de la
competitive they
Puente.
are. Set and 4-love up,
Yeah,
and they're
exactly.
arguing over another point as well.
Yeah, it's such an indicator, isn't it? In the sort of mindset they're in right now.
Game de la Puente.
Finally, De La Puente
Started.
and Spargaren
Hewett read lead by 4
hold
games to 1.
serve
Second
to get
set
their
and by 1
first
to
game
love.
of the final. What a relief for those two. They would not want to be going down love and love today. Could that be the start of a comeback? Honestly, given the week we've had, the amount of comebacks we've seen, I'm not ruling anything out. But this would be this. We haven't seen a match that has been this one-sided comeback. We've seen one-sided matches, but not this much.
No, I think this would be the comeback of all comebacks, but I just cannot see it happening. Alfie and Gordon would literally just have to fall off a cliff in terms of their form. And they're just way too good and way too experienced for that to happen.
Time. La 15.
What is it about closing out tennis matches? Why is it so difficult?
I don't know, I'm sure there's someone better qualified to answer that than me. I think the problem is that you just see the finishing line is so close, don't you? And it's so hard to stay in the present.
Incredible power, pace, precision, all three
15 all.
on that forehand from Hewett. Oh, what a lob from Gordon Reid.
It's one of his trademark
30,
shots in doubles.
15.
The use of that lob, and he plays it at such a clever moment.
Final shot from Reed, not quite cutting the mustard.
30 all.
Sat a little too short for Spargarin to pounce on it with the forehand.
Fault.
I mean, it had to be that good because Hewett was racing over there.
30, 40.
What a forehand from De La Puente, and look what's happening. Break point. That's a fabulous return.
De La Puente, Spargarin.
Onto that in a flash was De La
Really bad,
Puente, and
4
there's
games
some
to
energy
2,
about them
second
now.
set.
Spargarin and the Spaniard, not one but 2 games on the board consecutively.
And what were you saying about that comeback not looking on?
Yeah, me.
I wonder if you're going to eat your words. Let's hope not, if you're a British fan. But all of a sudden, it's been a distinctive change in momentum, in energy. And you mentioned it earlier as well, didn't you? Just De La Puente, that's what he brings, that fieriness and that energy to the court. And all of a sudden, there's a different energy about him. He's on the prowl.
Out.
Yeah, and you're right about Spargarin.
Last
He's very
15.
much very level-headed, very almost remains the same all the way through the match. He doesn't go in too many peaks and troughs. He's very much going to be the same Spargarin that we've seen already this match. Great length.
Love 30.
Great length there. From where I'm sitting, I think that looked good. Spargarin just questioning the call.
I don't think it dipped just at the end. But you almost feel, you're mentioning the kind of the partnership between these two, but also Alfie and Gordon as well. You say Alfie's probably the more outgoing one. Gordon's probably the slightly more chilled.
Fault.
Doesn't necessarily show as much emotion.
It's a great effort from Martin to try and track it down.
Love 40.
But I love that choice of shot from Reed, because it's easy potentially to think, I can have a go at this. Like it's slow, it's high, I can really swipe at it. But he just remained calm, understood he didn't need to be the best shot in the world, just placed it in the right place.
Game. Hewett, Reed.
And they're back on track. The Brits now just a game
Hewett,
away
lead by 5 games to 2.
from clinching the
second
title
set,
here in Roehampton.
and by 1 set to love. Time.
So it'll be Reed to see if he can serve out for the Brits. How
15 love.
disappointed do you think that Hewett and Reed will be that they've lost 2 games?
I mean, probably not in the grand scheme of things. I think, you know, the tennis players can tend to be perfectionists and they want to beat their opponent as easily as possible.
Fault.
But I think they'll be pretty happy just getting their hands on the title.
Out.
Played superbly
15
today.
all. Say 15. Just there. Fault.
The way that dipped in, that went high. Just
40,
incredible
15.
amount of work on the ball to be able to get that up and over De La Puente.
Forty, 30.
So 40-30. A second championship point.
Out. Game. Set and match. Hewett Reed by 2-6.
And eventually
6
it's
love,
cooled
6-2.
out. Just beyond the baseline, Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewett with a huge smile on their faces as they win an impressive 6th doubles title this season. They take out Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargarin, and they are the 2025 Lexus British Open champions. Anna, was it ever in doubt?
No. To be honest, from the way that they came out, you knew that they meant business, and there was no way that, unfortunately for De La Puente or Spargarin, that they were ever going to stop them, and that ultimately proved the case. Maybe a tiny little blip in that second set, but They were virtually flawless.
Yeah, what a performance it was from the top seeds, staying true to their ranking. The world number ones. I mean, they've won the Australian Open, they've won Roland Garros. Wimbledon is next. They're by far and away the favourites. How will De La Puente and Sparga and feel after that? They didn't perform badly at all. They just weren't allowed to play their best tennis, were they?
No, they weren't at all. And, you know, I think it's a tough one for them because, like you said, they didn't actually hit the ball that badly. But I think, you know, Alfie and Gordon just obviously had too many weapons. And, you know, the Argentine-Dutch pairing are going to have to go back to the drawing board ahead of next week. Maybe it would be a good idea to watch this match again and just kind of not see where it went wrong, but see ways they can improve, because obviously Alfie and Gordon are going to be the team to beat next week.
Whereas the tournament organisers just get ready for the trophy presentation, the final one of today. It's been a tremendous week, hasn't it? We've really had good weather. I mean, the courts have been impeccable. It's been really a great showcase of British summertime.
Yeah, far from that tiny bit of rain we had. Like you said, it's been perfect. This is the British grass court season that we all love. We wish it was probably a little bit longer than it is, but it's been an absolutely fantastic week. We've seen some incredible matches and some British success.
Well, whilst we get ready for the trophy presentation, to bring you some of the other results from other finals. In the women's wheelchair doubles, which I was actually able to catch a little bit of in between singles and doubles finals on centre court. Incredible. Some of the rallies just going way beyond 20, 30 shots sometimes. It was Tanaka and Zhu, the Japanese-Chinese partnership, who took out Li and Wang 6-7, 6-3, 10-6. So took them 3 sets to get the win. But a tremendous win it was. In the quad wheelchair doubles, Guy, Sasson, Nils Vink took out Kaplan and Schroeder 6-2, 6-3. So they were crowned British Open quad wheelchair doubles champions a little earlier today. Just looking at some of the numbers from that final set, and indeed the overall match. Hewett and Reed just dominating in every department. How much of a factor do you think the lefty-righty partnership is? Do you think in doubles it really is an advantage over a righty and a righty?
Yeah, I think it definitely helps a little bit. I think you've got a few more angles, don't you? Especially with the Gordon Reed forehand. He's just able to open up the court on that ad side. Just adds another dimension to their game as well. But I think there's just so many factors of why they are the best team in the world, and that is just a small part of it.
As I said, a 6th title of the season for Hewett and Reed. Won in various venues all around the world. Hard, clay court, now grass. They're an unstoppable pairing, no matter the surface. Do you think these guys will have much rest before they head to SW19? Surely a day or two, because it's been a tough week in the heat.
Yeah, it has been. Hopefully there's going to be a bit of a celebration tonight for both of them. A nice dinner or crack open that bottle of champagne that we saw Alfie getting. But I'm sure their focus is going to have already shifted to next week and getting the most preparation or the best preparation possible. But hopefully they will enjoy tonight and then switch their focus tomorrow to SW19.
I've just seen that tournament director Kirsty Thompson is just laying out the champagne bottles, and there's 5 there. Who's the 5th for?
That's for you.
We'll head on over. But I think we're just about ready to get underway with the final trophy presentation for the men's wheelchair doubles. And I'm sure we'll get to hear a few words from both the runners-up and the champions.
So that concludes play here at the British Open Roehampton. We just have a final few trophy presentations, but before we get on with that, I'll just say thank you to the entire team that has put on this tournament and made it possible. It comes with so much preparation before the week, and then all of the work that's been put in during the week to make it possible. And thank you to all of you who have come and supported and watched all the players today. Now on to the trophy presentations, and we will start with the quad singles. Please put your hands together for the runner-up, Sam Schroeder. I normally step just in front there. And your winner, Niels Vink. First of all, many congratulations. What does this win mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. It was a long final, a good fight against Sam, and happy to win back-to-back the British Open.
And how does it prepare you for next week at Wimbledon?
Yeah, this is the perfect preparation for Wimbledon, playing on grass, and hopefully I can keep this level next week.
Perfect. Let's hear one last time for the quad singles 2025 champion, Niels Vink. And now onto the quad doubles. Your runners-up, Ahmed Kaplan and Sam Schroeder. And your quad doubles 2025 champions, Guy Sasson and Niels Vink. Congratulations on your win. How was the match for you?
The match was good. We first time played against a new pair. We know them well. They're very good players, but it's the first time that they play together, so we didn't really know what to expect. And it turns out to be a very high-level match, and we enjoyed it. And I'm so glad that we were able to pull it off and win the match.
And just one final question. What are your plans ahead for Wimbledon next week?
Win.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's hear again for your quad doubles champions, Guy Sasson and Niels Vink. And lastly, the men's doubles presentation. So let's hear it for your runners-up, Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargarn. And finally, your 2025 British Open men's doubles winners, Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid. First of all, many congratulations to the both of you. Gordon, I feel like a broken record saying Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid title winners, but I guess the feeling never really gets that old.
No, we'll never tire of hearing that, to be honest. Looks like we could have a good party here with all the champagne. But yeah, we're happy with the performance today, happy with the result. We know that those guys are a dangerous team, so we had to play well, and I think we managed to do that today.
And Alfie, you've gone on to win the double here. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's the perfect ending to the week. Obviously, you always want to finish the week on a high, and you know that was a high level match from the both of us. Probably one of the best this year so far. So leads nicely into next week.
And Gordon, as Alfie just mentioned and spoke about earlier, how prepared are you feeling heading into Wimbledon next week?
Yeah, feeling good. This is a great preparation for all of us to be here on these courts this week. So big thanks to Kirsty and all the team for organising a great event. And yeah, obviously the big one's next week. So yeah, we're all excited to be there.
And just lastly, have either of you got any plans to celebrate this win?
I might crack this open tonight. We've also got a glass as well. So yeah, maybe a little glass of Prosecco.
Very good. Let's hear it one last time for your British Open 25 men's doubles champions, Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid.
Well, great to see so many champions crowned here at the British Open. It's the second year we've had the Lexus British Open at the Roehampton Community Sports Centre, and again another immense week of tennis. And yeah, funny to hear Alfie and Gordon just saying there they've probably got enough champagne to have a good party tonight.